Hi, how's it going? Uh, eh, I just woke up not too long ago. A very late start today. Also, I realized that since I'm drawing my iPad, the little hand drawing tracker doesn't actually work because it tracks my mouse. I'm using my iPad. So, yeah, it's just kind of there. Hi, Nar. Thanks for checking. Hi, hi. Good morning. Pretty bits. Oh, I have way too many things layered. That's not fantastic. Good morning, perfect, beautiful Dory. Thank you. Good morning, Ohio. uh, do some stuff. I think I need to bring news the ad for now. Good morning. What was I doing? Right. The TC live early today. Like one, because it is earlier than when I usually stream during raid time. So I suppose that's true. I used to do early morning streams during COVID, like all the time, though. Good morning, EC. Noon. Well, I guess that's technically still morning for you, isn't it? Good morning, EC. We are working on the TCG still. I have to run to the grocery store soon. And yes, it is morning. I hope you have a good run to the grocery store and hopefully you have a list and not like me the other week where I went to Target 4 times that day because I would go and forget the primary thing I needed on my list, which I had a mental list. I didn't have a physical list. Come home and I was like, God damn it. And then we'd go back to Target, get the thing that I originally wanted. But then as I'm on my way to Target, I'm like, oh, since I'm going back, I should also pick up this other thing. I pick up the thing that I originally forgot, but then would forget the thing that I had thought of. And I did that 3 more times last week in the same day. That was also the day that I bought ingredients to make a smoothie, came home, realized I don't own a blender. And then the next day I went and bought myself a blender. It was my ADHD was on something. Actually, it wasn't on anything. That's probably the issue. Yes, I do have a new blender now though, it's very nice. It also was on sale. It was only like $80 for the Ninja blender, and it came with the second container, which was nice. I was looking at more TCG cards. Uh, Man, I don't know. TCG card designs are just so overly complicated and so like compact and too busy, you know? You're not a ninja anymore, you're a viper. I suppose this is true. She put the ninja in the blender and it died. I killed the old me. Is that what you're telling me? Like that one Taylor Swift song. It's like what's the lyrics? Something about like the old Taylor can't come to phone right now. Oh, why? Because she's dead. That's what that reminded me of. Hmm. Oh, I still have the old you in my pocket. Ninja juice box. Easy. Easy just wants to put me in the blender. That's what it sounds like. Hi, Gore. Thank you for the check-in. Hi. How's it going, Gore? Thank you for the check-in, EC. Thank you. Have a good stream. Hi, J June. Hi, J June. J June, hi. We should play more League. Please and thank you. Also, I'm hiding chat. Sorry, chat. I should move you. Where should I move chat? I should just make a new scene for art. I'm too lazy to do that, so I'm just gonna move you guys to here for now. But then I'm gonna have to move it later into the blender. I think EC just wants to put me in the chat in the blender. EC has too much power now. She has all the emotes available for her on Discord. Hi, Nar. Quiet hello. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thanks, Nar. Nar, we should do more Southhorn, by the way, if you're up for it. The Southhorn thingy in 14. My ADHD has fixated on the Splendor. I can tell. But yeah, EC has ADHD. I have to do more, so don't do that. That's weird. I forgot my iPad's connected to my phone. What? Hi, Kyrie! Hi, Amanda! Hi! Hey, girly! I have to do more, so I'll be doing more later when I'm home. Okay, are you out and about? Are you getting a new coffee maker thingy? Everyone's out doing chores today. Was that the thing we were doing the other night? Yeah, that's the like the fate thing, yeah. What was I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Right, TCG. TCG. I don't know if I want to. Oh, thank you for the check-in. Thanks, girly. Hi. Okay, I don't know if I should put the name like here. And then like blah 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 blah. Right? Or if I should put like the name like on the card somewhere, like here, or like maybe like up here. No, 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 no. Big thinkies. I think it makes the most sense if I put the name here, right? And then whatever text I would want. I think, yeah, centered in the box. Yeah, I'm thinking too. And then I know I want to put like, oh, I can't spell. Either put Wings of Immortal down there or I don't know. Figure it out, I guess. I'm a smart cookie. I'll figure this out. What what text do I want to use? No. My favorite font. Maybe I'll use this font for the name. Keyboard. Keyboard. Where are you, keyboard? I like my keyboard. Stop calling me. I keep getting spam called, and it's really annoying. Put it on Do Not Disturb. Oh, you're so smart. Wait, how do I do that? Can I do that on the iPad? How do I do that on the iPad? Do me too. Where is Do Not? Can I? I'll just put. Wait, I can't do that. Then you guys will lose the stream. Focus mode. I know how to do the focus. Yippee! Oh my god, you're a genius. An absolute legend. VC so smart. She is she's an absolute legend. One could say she's a perfect legend. Haha haha. No, I didn't do that ultimate. You can't give me credit. Perfect legend? Isn't perfect Ulu? Isn't it? Ultimate is Ulu? Is it? I thought perfect was. Oh, perfect is Alexander, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot. Perfect is Alexander. What's the title for Ulu? The Ultimate Legend, I believe. I think. I'm trying to. What is UCOBS? I'm blanking on UCOBS, the title. It are still here? The Legend. Oh, UCOB's The Legend? Oh, you might be right. Where's Nar when you need him? Backtrack me, Mr. Nari. Mr. Nari, that's cute. Oh, Carrie, that emote's so cute. That's so cute. I think for the actual text, it should not be this font. I would try and read it. Sure. Maybe bold because it's gonna be small. What do I want to? Mm. Thank you. I made some of my own finally. Eyes emoji. I have to commission Kyrie for emotes. Hello? Easy's also like eye emojis. Easy just got affiliated, so she has emote slot. I think I do. See what I type? Fuck. Hi, Makoto. Thank you for the quiet hello. Hi. The center. Oh, I had it. Wow, wow. I think I do move it down a smidge. Does this even look like a TCG card? I'm struggling. Center. Where are you? There you are. Hmm. Honestly, hold on. Did I spell that correctly? Oh god, I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I have water and I have a small dessert drink. I wanted to treat myself today. Dessert drink. Okay. Dessert drink is just soda, okay? But I'm not drinking soda very often, so when I do, it's like overly too sweet. And calling it dessert drink is a lot more fun than soda. Soda just makes it sound like I drink it like every day, or like it's just kind of like, and it's not. Oh, I love you. I was thinking like drinking chocolate or something. No, that's valid. Well, I don't drink it much either. Yeah, I just try not to anymore. I mean, I occasionally do just for like a small treat, you know? Dessert drink. So stupid. Why am I like this? You got the soda maker and syrup they can use at home. Oh my god, I have one. I have not used it in a really long time, but yeah, I used to make the Sprite one all the time. But I would do like half of the syrup that's recommended, and then I would actually buy actual lemon and lime juice, and then I would put equal parts of those into it. And oh my god, it was so fucking good. Oh, yours broke? Oh no. Yeah, it's basically like soda water. It was very, very good. But like it wasn't like overly too sweet like how soda is, just because it has like actual lemon and lime juice in it. So it was very, very good. I'm thinking about that. Hold on, it's like I'm looking for asset. Mm, mm. Excuse me. I don't know if you guys have gone outside. I'm trying to avoid going outside because the air quality is very, very, very bad. So I am kind of dying, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's very hot here and lots of fires. Yeah, it's really bad. We have a lot of smoke right now because of the Canadian like wildfires, so it's blowing into our state. Besides for work, we haven't gone out much. Right now it's probably for the best. Different fires than you. I think yours are way worse. Yeah, our air quality is like so bad. So like the Renaissance is currently going on, and they canceled yesterday and today because the air quality levels are just so bad. Yeah, it's really sad. I have not gone to the fair this year. I usually always go opening day, but it's just been so freaking hot that I just like I would actually die. Like I always go when it's hot because it's July. But like it's extra bad this year. Like if I had gone anytime since opening day, I'm pretty sure I would have a heat stroke. I hope it clears up by the end of August. That's when we're gonna try and go. Oh my god. Tell me when you go. I'll go. Okay, we're about to brace the outside to go get food. Good luck. Good luck, EC. Good luck. Don't die. I'm back in one piece. What was it? I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing. Somebody help me. Oh, I forgot I had these. Does it look okay? Actually, I do kind of like that. Maybe we'll let you know when we're sure that we can go for sure. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can give you guys stickers. I'm not quite sure about the middle yet. I don't know if I want to just do Wings of Immortals or if I want to do a better version of Wings of Immortals and then the Guild Registry. I'm also debating if I really like the wing. You know what's bugging me, I'm pretty sure? It's the fact that I didn't shade this part right here. Mm, let me see if that. Oh, I don't know if it. Where does it know I don't like it? Not do the shading part of it? Might be too. Do the thinkies. Big thinkies. If I made it smaller, maybe it just takes up too much. When you have too many layers. Too many layers, dude. Way too many. Where the heck are you? Mm, oh, you're part of this? Ew. And you have too many layers, dude. Too many, too many. Mm. Hold your horses. I do kind of like it more angled. I think it fits it better. Honestly, hold up. I'm cooking. Let me cook. Uh, I'm drawing this. Oops. Ooh, what am I doing? Okay, I do like that better, I think. Oh, I see. Hold on. Or oh, I think it's just that. Ooh, that looks nice. That looks really nice. Thank you. I am trying my best, but it sometimes. I don't really know what I'm doing, but you know. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That would. Oh, the opacity. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I'm like, why is the opacity so low? It's because I turned it down at some point. Do. Back to what do I do with the middle? Hold on, I need to end my thing. I really like the song. Okay, sorry. I have to open my Discord really quick. Don't look at the references I have up for Art Fight. You didn't see any of that. I definitely did have references of Midas and Kyrie on my Discord channel. I don't know what you're talking about. You saw nothing. References. Let me feel me yesterday. Wait, talking about our fight? Really quick, hold up. I must show off this beautiful artwork I got from your husband. Oh my god, it was great. It looks so fucking good. I could just eat it. Like, shut up. What? That is crazy. Oh my god, he finished it already? What do you mean? Did he just start it or something? Dude, he's cruising. He's cruising. Both him and Jin. Dang, the amount of artwork Jin puts out is impressive. Both of them, I'm just like, wow. I wish I could do that. They just pump out artwork like crazy. And they all look so fucking good. Look so good. Like, shut up. That looks so good. I have a lot of catching up to do for Art Fight. So yeah. Oh yeah, when I went to bed last night, he had the background all set and the character sketch, I think. No way! Shut up. No way. Look at my bird! Look at them! Oh, look at me! Shut up. It looks so good! Oh, eat it. But yeah, I have so many. These are all the attacks that I have to do revenge for. My favorite part of Art Fight is doing revenge. Like, oh, I will. Anytime anyone has like attacked me, I will do revenge. Like, it's guaranteed. Oh, this one's also really cute. This one's so cute. So cute. This is also really cute. I think this was somebody I had attacked last year, and then they did a revenge. It's so cute. And then Pinku did an emote for me. It's so cute. I have 3 revenges I'm working on and a secret 4th one. Oh, and I still have to do a revenge for Jin too. Oh my god. Just man, this is my first mass attack that I've received. I'm so cute. Look at me. Yeah, so I have a lot of catching up to do. And then the friggin' this what a masterpiece. The Jin. Oh my god, Jin. Oh, so pretty. I know, right? Jin gave like a quick preview, and it was just like this. And I'm just like hips, eyes emoji hips. So yeah, I got like 6 revenges I need to do, which I think I'm gonna try to do them this weekend because I'm traveling. So I think that's gonna be a really good time for me to just like doodle, just because like I'm gonna be traveling a lot. So, oh my god, Jin did a banger magazine cover style piece of my D&D. Share, post that shit in Discord right now. Wait. You said it was on Art Fight, right? I can just look it up. What am I doing? I have the power. I have the power. Wait, hold on. I have any. Wait, I can wait. Where am I going? This one? Oh, not that one. Nope. What am I doing? I'm already here. Oh, that's not you. Me. Which one are you? Oh, that's not you. Okay, this gives me an excuse to just look at Jin's art. Shut up. Shut up. That looks so good. That looks so fire. Stop. No way. That looks so fucking good. Holy. Your D&D character is so pretty. Mommy? I really like their design. Damn. God damn. All I have to say is damn. Oh right. Did I send the thing I was trying to get sent to myself? Did I save this already? I think I did. The Sin Eater Reaper. It's for the 14 campaign. Oh my god. No way. Damn, that sounds like a really fun campaign, actually. Hold up. Who's the DM? Is Jonah the DM? That sounds like a fire campaign. Holy. Hello? Where did you come from? I'm so confused how that happened. Okay. Sorry. I'm having a moment with the art program. He made his own story too? Oh snap. I might have to bug him and ask him about that because that sounds so good. Sorry, my eye. I got a new mascara and it doesn't come off with my eye makeup remover very well, so I'm like dying a little bit right now. I mean, the eye mascara is really good. It's a Japanese brand. So it's not like super clumpy and it doesn't make my eyelids like my eyelashes feel like heavy or anything like that, but man, it does not want to come off though. That's not like a terrible. I don't know if I want the wings like sticking out of the box a little bit and then like outlining it. I'm not quite sure. I don't wear much makeup anymore, even mascara, because they changed my favorite one. Oh my god, that's the worst. That's literally the worst when your favorite brand or favorite whatever, and then they change the formula and it's just not the same. And you're just like, why? Why did you have to ruin this? Okay, but talking about makeup though, Too Faced is bringing back their peach collection, and I am screaming. There's a specific eyeshadow in that palette that I've been for years since 2016. I've been trying to find a dupe for it, but I can't find a dupe for it at all. And I'm so freaking excited. I'm so excited. Hi, Glitch. Hey, hi. How's it going? Hard to decide if I want it tiny and inside the box, or if I want it like sticking out more, you know? I think, oh my god, that's amazing. I know, right? I'm so excited. So I do hope the eyeshadow I'm looking forward to, like that's returning, is in the palette. I know it's a smaller palette than what they originally had, so not all the eyeshadow is gonna be like back. I'm really hoping. I'm really, really, really hoping it's in that palette. It was like one of their very few like shimmer ones that they had in the original palette, so I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. My god, my eyes, sorry. Also, Sticker Club is coming along really, really well. I have printed out technically 3 designs, but 2 of them are like the actual design, while the 3rd one is like filler. And when I say filler, I mean they're just like small. It's the swing design. Um, and I put them in between my primary like sticker designs, so I'm not wasting sticker paper because the Cricut like machine wastes. I don't know. It wastes so much space. Like there's so much space that like you could do. Like so I just slap the wing design. I don't think I would ever sell them because they're just very tiny. But like they're I was saying they would be really good for like keeping envelopes like closed and stuff like that. So they're very tiny. Howdy, how goes the art time? It goes, it goes. I am currently working on my TCG design, which honestly kind of been a little bit of a headache because I'm trying to make it look like a TCG card, but TCG cards are very compact and like too overstimulating for me because there's just so much going on in the cards. Talking about TCG, get your free gotcha. I guess it's not free. Well, I mean, I guess 20 points. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, of course. Thank you for the check-in. So yeah, so I am going to be printing these out physically, and I'm not making one just for myself. I'm going to be making ones for my other art streamer friends. So those who are also artists, I'm going to ask them to design like an art piece that I can put into like on like underneath this template. So how much for a pack? I'm not quite sure. I haven't really decided. Yeah. I think this is a nice balance for a TCG card. Do you think so? Okay. I felt like I need to like constantly add more to it because I'm just like, but my sticker club is $10 a month on coffee. I currently have that all set up, but I have not like opened it officially because I think I'm gonna wait until next month to officially open the gates for my sticker club. But that allows people to get mailed stickers every month. And you also get to help me decide what design you want for the following month, which is really cool. I'm doing that. I also have it where Twitch subs can opt into the sticker club. It's not automatic because I think there's like some sort of like issue with terms and policy and conditions, I think, with that. But something you can opt into if you are a Twitch member. I have to figure out the logistics behind all of that. Because I want there to be a safe way for Twitch subs to give me their address without like, it being not safe for them, basically. Like wondering if I should do like a Google Doc like thing. I'm not quite sure. Thank you for the sub glitch. Talking about subs, thank you. Oh, so fair, yeah. Because like I have a Discord specific channel for Twitch subs, but I don't want them to give me their address in that Twitch sub like channel because it's a public channel with other Twitch sub members, right? So I'm like trying to figure out what the best way to go around like how to do that, you know? So I think like a Google Doc thing would be probably the best, like where it's like a form. So like Twitch sub members give me the information that I need for me to send them stickers. Because Twitch subs are like really fucking expensive now. They're like $8-9. I'm like, god damn. Like oh. That is the plan. So I would like to do like 2 to 4 designs for sticker every month, but I don't know, we'll see. And then the TCG thing, I don't know if I want that separate or not. But I am going to be printing them out on actual sticker paper. And then I have extra Magic the Gathering cards that are like used code cards. And I'm going to stick the sticker paper on top of those cards so they are, you know, nice and sturdy, like, you know, actual cards. And then I'm going to laminate them on top of that. So yeah. So that is the goal. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I want to do it, where if like the TCG pack, you get like all the cards from the collection, or if I like really truly want to make a gacha. I don't think I really truly want to make it a gacha. So I think I might have it where every pack has, you know, all the cards in it. But I think if I do that, I think it'll be a little bit pricier. And then I think I can make like limited editions or like secondary, like if I add more streamer friends or, you know, whatever, I can like make a secondary like pack. Yeah, that's the plan. So, and I think I would probably sell it on my my website. So, which I do have merch currently up, by the way. I do have merch. I have really nice hoodies. I have a crop hoodie. I have a t-shirt. There's also a mug. I'm currently wearing the cropped hoodie, by the way. The cropped hoodie is very comfortable. Very, very soft, very comfortable. Though it is covered currently in cat fur because the black hoodie, and I own 2 cats. 2 white cats specifically, so but it is very comfortable. So check it out. Go rep the Wings of Immortals. Do it. Do it. I will say they are true to size, which is nice. The metal font one is so good. What the fuck? Thank you. Yeah, that was Unji's metal logo, which that reminds me, I do need to reach out to my artist friend who did that logo for me to make one for Wings of Immortals. I think that would be really cool. So that, yeah, thank you for reminding me. I don't know if this is too much. This might be too much. I think that might be too much, honestly. I don't know if I like that. I don't like it from a design standpoint because they're the same size and font, but there's so much more space. there was so much space here and here, right? Because it is a smaller word. And, this. So what I could do is I could make this smaller so it fits this. Or I could make this bigger. Mm. Does it look too weird if the font size are mismatched? Oh no. Also doesn't look awful. Not my favorite though. I think, honestly, mm, 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 mm. Oh, I will also say that all the merch on my website, they are print on demand. So they're not, so I don't have like merch actually laying around because it reduces like unused materials and stuff like that. So when you do buy stuff from the merch, um, they are printed when you purchase. It takes a little bit longer, not too much. It's usually like an extra 1 to 3 days for them to actually make it. But it's made specifically for you, which is really cool. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Hertzies. Thank you. Thanks for joining the Wings of Immortals. Hi, Dory. It's Rachel. Rachel! Hi! Oh my god, shut up. Hi. Rachel, hi. I'm Pookie. Hi. Oh my god, I was just thinking about you the other day. I was literally just thinking about you. I was just talking to Preston. I was like, Preston, so when are you going to convince Rachel to come play 14 with us? Like, hello? Preston talks about you nonstop. We need a game soon. Yes! I'm totally down to play like League and ARAMs and shit. What do you mean he talks about me nonstop? Let me wake him up. Hold on. He can explain himself. See, well, every time I have him explain himself, he goes, listen, listen, listen. And then I'm like, I'm listening. And then he just folds. Love him though. Yeah. It's so funny because I introduced him to my best friend, Lexa, and they have clicked so well. It is so funny listening to them because I started a little baby group for them on 14, and they're co-leaders, and it's just so funny to watch them and listen to them. And are you still here? I need your artist opinion. He has such an interesting personality. He does. He does. He really does. Do you think I should shade? Whoa, hello. What am I doing? Do you think I should shade these wings? Oops. Let me not use the same color as background. Should I shade these? I originally had them shaded, but I didn't really like it. I don't know. Does it look weird if it's not shaded? Hi, Easy. Welcome back. How was the grocery shopping? You have survived. Good job. How was your side quest? Oh, what's it look like with the art, maybe? Okay. So I think the art I currently have for the current example is not the best example because it's white on white. I feel like other art will not just be white on white, right? So like it looks bad right now because it's white on white. You know? It looks like ears. It does look like ears. I would probably shade it. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should. Hmm. Hmm. On. Let me see if I can pull up another piece of artwork to see maybe if that other artwork might look better. Sure, we'll do this one really quick. 'Cause this would be an example. That's cute. Shut up. That's cute. Oh my god, so pretty. Thank you. We stop. Hey, that looks good. But I think I still need to shade the wings. I think the top wings at the top, I think I still need to shade it. Yeah, even just a little bit. Thank you. Appreciate your opinion. Wait, but I kind of like this a lot. Yeah. I think Zadori needs a skill if you played this card, win the game. That seems a little too. I'm not that OP. Okay, just because I'm the guild master doesn't mean I need to be OP. Ah, that looks so good. Wait, that looks so good. Okay, so you know what this means? I'm gonna need art from Kyrie, Midas, Lexa, Isi, Nar, Makoto. So like, yeah, I need artwork so I can print you guys out for the TCG. EC art, I can try. Or you can commission other people for art. That's okay too. But I need artwork of your characters. Give me. Give me. I believe this can be arranged. Oh hell yeah. Hey, but this looks so good. Also, this is one of my favorite artists. She was the original artist that did the modeling for me for my original VTuber. Mama Aya. Mama Aya's art is so good. Wait, hold on. Let me do a quick shout. If you're looking for that like classic like anime style, this Aya is very good. And her turnaround time is also extremely fast. And her pricing is really reasonable. Like I honestly feel like she undersells herself. Um, but I would definitely recommend. My God, she kills it every single time. Like honestly, one of my favorite artists I commission. Like I go back and commission her all the goddamn time. Just so good. Like her headshot's only $30 and half body's 60. This was only 60. That's crazy. And like the amount of detail that she puts into her artwork is just so good. Definitely recommend. Okay, right. Sorry. I'm yapping a lot today. I do apologize. Yap yap. Yap yap. I do need to hide the artwork for now so I can see what I'm doing. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the sub, girly. Thank you. Oh, actually, let me give you the Discord, my community Discord. Oh my god, my name is up there. Oh my god, you're so cute. Yeah, it's just my community Discord I run. But it's Wings of Immortal is not just like my specifically my community, but it's also where I support my friends and their streaming like journey basically. Just because like streaming is really hard. And sometimes the hardest part about streaming is starting to like get a community. Um and basically, Wings of Mortal is supposed to kind of be that for my friends who are also streaming. It's not just my like specific thing. So like you'll get things about like my friends that I support when they go like stream and stuff like that. Though currently it's only limited to I think 3 people right now. I've been honestly thinking about paying for more slots for the stream cord, which is the automatic thing where like I can assign it automatically for certain people. Right now, I'm pretty sure I'm capped right now, but there's a couple other artists and streamer friends I have that I would also like to ping when they go live. But um, yeah, so I'm on the fence about like doing that. I'm waiting for. I applied for a Twitch team thing, and StreamCourt has it where anyone in that team, when they go live, they'll ping. So I don't have to pay for like individual ones anymore. So I'm like kind of waiting to hear back from Twitch about that Twitch team. But it's been a couple months, so I'm not quite sure where that is. So yeah. So I might just bite the bullet and pay for the additional individual like subscriptions. So I can have automatic setup pings for my other friends that I would also want to like notify that they're going live. I have a lot. I have lots of projects going on, lots of lots of ideas. Been a very busy bee lately. Big brain. I try. Okay. I think for the most part, I'm pretty happy with how everything looks on this part. The most part, I think. The only other thing I might do, um, think that might look good for certain. Oh, I was right. It does look decent. I think it just helps make the text box pop a lot more, which is really nice. I sent you some ECR on Discord. Shut up. Let me look. ECR. Stop. That's so cute. EC's my favorite moth. My favorite moth girl. So cute. Wait. Oh wait, I need to send it to myself. PC art. Stop, that's so cute. What a cutie. So cute. What a cutie. Or I could just eat you. There are my cute aggressions coming out. What? You honestly, I do like this art style a lot, but I think with the white background, it's just not really doing it for me. Uh, but I really like how this looks. This specifically looks very good. My brain is very happy with how this looks. Ah, this looks so good. I think it would really go with the set. The EC one? The EC one's so cute. This reminds me of the one time League of Legends did splash arts for league champions, but the league champions were all drawn by like fans, which is like from the community, which is like so cool. Zori, have you considered doing a double-sided version? What do you mean? What do you mean by double-sided? Oh, I see. Like the werewolves, so where they transform and they turn into something else in the back. I have not thought of that. I was just going to do the TCG backing, like the packaging. I was going to just slap that in the bag. But I could do a double-sided version. Good. I'm listening. Excuse me, sorry. Air quality killing me. Yeah, I think if I have an idea, hold on. Wait, why am I doing it this way? Stupid. Oh, am I stupid? Sometimes I feel a little stupid. Oh, blah blah blah. Sorry. I was just thinking of like how folks have a lot of different versions of their persona, but it's just an idea. Does that make sense? That to make sense. Well, I was thinking of doing like other versions of the card eventually, like limited editions. This what this would look like if it was a transparent background. I don't know if I like that. I can't wait to buy them all. Yeah, so I said this early while you were shopping, but I'm thinking of having it where the packs just have all the art. I don't know if I really want them to be like a true gotcha game. Not like a physical thing, because I think that would be a lot of work for my part. Be able to print them all like that, and like especially if people were to buy like multiple just to get a certain card. Um, and also like I feel like I would be really bad at like trying to figure out the ratio, right? So I think I might have it where all the packs have all the cards, right? So I think they will be a little bit more expensive because of that, because it's guaranteed that you'll get all the cards right in the pack. But this also allows me to then create like special edition packs, right? Or I could also like if I want to add like new members or like different, whatever I can, or different versions, I can have other like versions of the pack that I can sell, like a second set basically. That's kind of where I'm at, because I don't, again, I don't know if I truly want it to be a true gotcha, because I think that's just a lot of work for me. Hi, Ubi. Hi, Preston. Good morning. um, Rachel was just talking about you. He was playing Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight. Preston plays. Actually, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by that at all. Girl, bye. Bye. Shit. Funny. That's funny. But I think I'm pretty much done with the what else I would even. Hmm. I don't know how I would even. How would I even want to design the packaging? I have to think about that more. Do I go out and buy? No. I was thinking about buying like a pack of like magic cards really quick, and like very carefully opening the packaging and then like measuring like the actual package. Seems like a lot of work right now. Okay. Of course you play as the killer. I'm not even surprised by that either. Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Preston. I'm the asshole survivor of that flashlight, so you can chase me, yeah. He's delusional. I think we all knew that. It's okay. We all need that one Delulu friend, you know? Preston's that Delulu friend. I'm not delusional, just whimsy. We love a whimsical king. So true. So true, bestie. So true. Whatever you say, Preston. Whatever you say. Right. Yeah, I think card is all done for now. Will keep bothering me, and I want to see that. Or I'm like going a little overboard with design and detail. It's not like it's really gonna fucking matter because no one's gonna be able to see it. This is cute. What are you drawing? I am drawing a TCG card. I'm designing a TCG that I am physically going to be printing out and then making packs and then selling them on my website so people can buy TCG cards. We'll be purchasing. Aw, thank you. You're so cute. I do have a website that I'm going to be putting them in on, I guess, eventually. But currently I have a hoodie, crop hoodie, t-shirt, and a mug on my website. So if you want to rep the Wings of Immortals, you can. So I'll make a cutie little top loader with Decora things. Oh my gosh. I've never supported an FC as much as I have with this merch. Let me get a hoodie. Aww. Well, Wings of the Immortals is not just the FC. It's more than that, you know? It's my streaming community, but not just my streaming community, right? So like my whole purpose of my streaming community is that we go support other friends and artists that I support, you know? So it is it's a really nice community that I have built. So yeah. Y'all are pretty cool. I want to support you guys as much as I can. I am going overboard with the design currently, but That's just the perfectionist in me, just a little bit. Myself. Yeah, no, I hate it. Go back to what we had originally. Yippee! Just a smidge. Okay, well, I think I'm done with this currently for now. I don't think there's anything else I would want to do differently. I think the little emblem, I think I'll do like different designs or different colors depending on like what set. If I do like multiple sets. Um yeah. And then at this point I'm just waiting to maybe get art back from certain people. So, yeah. Which means the next oh yeah, I also am making a physical reusable sticker book. So this is the cover of said sticker book. This will not be a print on demand because my manufacturer does not do sticker books. So this is through a third party that I am going to be paying out of pocket for. So I'm going to have like actual limited stocks for this. So I was originally thinking of only getting 10 for now and seeing if people even want sticker books, but I figure people might because with Sticker Club being maybe officially being launched next month. So we'll see. Though I think the sticker book, if I were to get them manufactured now, I probably won't get them for a couple months. So it definitely would be like a later thing. But I've been working on this design for the sticker book, which is pretty cool. And then this will be the packaging for the TCG, the physical TCG. So I'm going to need to eventually measure or look up the sizing for like the packaging and stuff. So I will eventually have to make this longer, right? And technically a little bit bigger up and down. Yeah, so that is something I will also need to do, but this should be the packaging for the most part. And also I think I might make this the back for the cards as well. But yeah. I'm busy. I'm very busy. And then I was gonna work on doing more redrawing old art. The very old art. Because back in my college days, I have a couple different emotes I want to redraw. One's pretty funny. I like this one. One's also really cute. And this one's one of my favorites. I really, really love this one. This one's really cute. Oh, I was going to redraw this one. Um, gonna lurk for a bit. So glad to talk to you again, baby. Ah, Rachel. Yes, let's play games soon, please. Please, please. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy your lurk. Thank you. EC, are you still there? Bye. I mean, hi. Hi, EC. EC, I had a question for you. Out of these emotes I made, right, for myself, we got the low HP, we got the what, and then we have the super up close hello. Uh, if I were to draw one for you of EC, which one do you like the most of? Huh? Just just a random question, no reason at all. You like the what one? No reason at all. Just I like the HP one. That would make the most sense. You are a healer, so I know. I was kidding. That was me ignoring you saying what to me. Like, what do you mean? You what? Oh, you're planning on streaming 14 when the new expansion comes out? Oh my god. Yes. You should. What is hilarious? It is very good. Did Alexa finish your art reference, by the way? I could just message her. Dude, this smoke is really killing me though. Holy. Um, what to do? Sorry, clown. Sorry, clown. You have an air purifier? I do not. I've been meaning to get one. I had one at my old house, and that was fantastic because it kept the air quality pretty decent for having two cats. Um, but I did not get that moved out. I did not bring it with me. So peak emote. It is peak emote. This is my masterpiece. Honestly, masterpiece emote. Nari Clown might be my favorite emote of all time. It's so fucking good. He's so good. Look at him. What brush was I? A really nice brush. Stretching. I need to drink water. Smoke, it's killing me. Thank you for the hydrate. Yo, drink your water. Thank you, EC, for the 5 bits. Thank you. So sweet. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do / giving my hand a small break. I don't know. I need to come up with better designs for stickers. Because currently I don't have a ton of designs I really want to do. Oh yeah, break is a good idea. Yeah. I was going to do like the logo, but it's kind of hard to do because as you can see, the font and the wings and stuff. Right. I need to come up with a better. Suppose I could do that now. Oh, I don't know what to do. Who is calling me? Stop. I also am on Do Not Disturb, and it still is going through. That's crazy. Hmm. I am on set Do Not Disturb, right? I am. Crazy. Let me take a quick break, really quick. Need 2 minutes. Okay, we'll be right back. Sorry, I'm back. Bye, Dory. I'm still here. I just need a small, quick break. Welcome back. Thank you. What to do? Okay, so the issue I'm running into for this specifically is that if I were to do a blue background, right, it's going to clash with the gem. I do a white background. I could do a white background with the gems first, and then do. Hold on, let me cook. Low key bothering me. What the hell? go too far. Most. Do not do this even. Then I do the rest. Woo! I heart cookie when I want to be. Sorry. Hi, Gore. How's it going? My hand is cramping just a little bit. It's a bit tragic. Ooh. don't know if I like it. Sure. Right. I don't know. I think it's just too much white and blue and white and blue for it to be a sticker. I don't know. This is too much. Anar, thank you for the gotcha. Be a dark background like navy. Hmm. Like that. Actually, that might actually, yeah, that works. That would work for a sticker. Me overcomplicating things, and then Kyrie's like, "Hey, how about you just do this?" Gotcha. You have all the cards. I need to do more cards, which means I need to commission more art. Also, welcome back, Nar. Nar, we had a question for you because I couldn't remember what the legend title was for UCOB. It's just the legend, right? And then it was the ultimate legend. And then Alexander's the perfect legend, right? We were talking about the legend titles. And I don't know top through DSR. I don't remember what the other legend titles are. Is it really that easy of a solution? I'm just so stupid. I can't believe it was just that easy. It's just stupid. The legend, the ultimate legend, the perfect legend, the heavens legend. Ah, yes, that one. The alpha legend. And this has been Ask Nar a question. Thank you, Nar. Thank you. Oh, damn it. Nari Clown, my favorite emote. Yippee. Uh, um, sorry. Yawning. Ready for a nap, dude. Suppose we could start working on doing the redraw. Redraw. Yippee. Oh my god, I love the song. The song's so good. This scratches my brain in the best way possible. I used to blare the song in my car. EVs. Oh, I think my phone might be dying. Oops. Sorry, I am in the zone and not yapping. What the heck? Hi, Pingu. I guess I should finish this art fight piece that I was working on. You should. Doing. Mm. Welcome back, EC. Isadori, hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you, Pengu. I hope you're having a good day. Sorry. I'm kind of crashing in energy wise. Crashing. Crashing. I'm crashing so hard right now. I should have a spin the wheel, like roulette thing for what I should draw. I should just have like a bunch of random things on it. I feel like that could be pretty fun. I'm kind of feeling like drawing another emote, like a really silly emote, or like a meme of some sort. That's like what I'm feeling currently. Like this is cute, but like I'm just like not feeling it right now. I don't know, not feeling it. You know, art wheel, indeed, art wheel. Like art wheel could be really fun. You know, yeah, fun. I'm not quite sure what I want to draw. The energy level is crashing just a tad bit. Nap. Try not to yawn. Yawning bad. Lady yelling at the cat meme, but it's you and Lex. Who's yelling at who though? I think it could go both ways. True. So true. Maybe I'll do a quick art fight piece really quick. Oh my god. Hot. Hello. Mother. Mommy. Woo. I was looking at that. Is this the person that had uh who's this person? Yeah, they had this cute little guy. to photos. Hi, Ash. Say hi. Look at this cutie. So cute. I need to grab my paper texture here quick. Yeah, they did a mass attack on a bunch of wolfies. Yeah, so they did a bunch of wolfies. Same here. Look at me. It's so cute. I'm going to attack them back. They're very cute. I am just working on doing some text back. They are self-confident, friendly, intelligent, and level-headed. Um, uh, but I don't know what gender this Wolfie is on. Or more they, her, they, them. Good day. The moon and dots on forehead are optional. Cute. Are you winning, Zadori? Trying to. I know, maybe, possibly. Thank you, EC, for the pets. Thank you. I don't know, did it go off? I wasn't looking, sorry. I was too busy looking at Duty. It did? Oh, okay, good, good. What? I'm like drawing on a weird angle. I sit up. Uh, Did you have a good stream? Thank you, Gore. It should be illegal to remove characters from Art5 once it starts. True. So true. This is a second character I started drawing for that character disappeared. Oh my god. That happened to me earlier where I was like, I saved a character from last year and I couldn't find them. I was like, where are you? Because like, I don't know, this is a character that I had like I was like, oh my god, their character designs are really cool. I want to draw them. And then they removed them. Like, what the heck? What the heck? Like, how dare you remove your cool looking character? I gotta like I'm having a hard time like I'm like sitting in an awkward position. Why am I like this? I have yet for that to happen to me, but I've been drawing them like 1 day sessions. Smart? Smart. Also, hold on. I need to unplug my iPad and charge my phone. I kinda need to get like a iPhone stand that like has a fan on the back. It is getting a little too hot lately, especially with how hot it's been. I'm not super happy with the face I'm happy with, but I think I just need to do I? Maybe I'm high. Let me look at it upside down. No, it's pretty proportional. I think I'm just anything I could probably bring the forehead down just a little too big. Needed to squish it down a little bit. Maybe. No, I think on the face might be too big. think the face was just too big. You know what it is? It's just this eye. This eye is bugging me. There we go. Okay. Like something was bothering me and I couldn't figure out what it was. And it was because the eye, I usually don't draw the eye like that. The character is very cute. Hi, Midas. Midas. Oh my god. You, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean to scream into the mic, but sir, hello? Like, the art piece that you did for me? Holy fuck, bro. Like, who gave you the permission to do that? Like, hello? It looks so fucking good. You missed me just like simping on the artwork. Who gave you the right to do that? That is insane. Who do you think you are? Hmm? Hey, wait, I have to show you guys the piece that Midas did for my art fight. Actually, I showed all the attacks that I need to do eventually. Sorry, the revenge that I have to do for everybody. There's too many now I have to do. But excuse me, shut up. Just shut up. This thing is beautiful. Like, shut up, sir. I could eat it. It looks so good. Like, oh my god. Oh, it's just so beautiful. Oh my god. Look at the bird. Beautiful. Look at me. Stop. Ah! So good. And then I showed you guys the mass attack. Pengu drew this cute little emote for me. It's so cute. That was stinking cute. I have to draw Pengu at some point here soon as well. This person had originally attacked. No, I did an attack on them last year, so then they did a revenge this year. It's so cute. And then this one's also really freaking cute too. Ah, so cute. You eat it. So yeah, I have a lot of revenges to do. Oh, and also Jin. Jin did a fantastic job on this piece. We all know this piece. Oh my god. Drooling. I have to do revenge on Jin as well at some point. So yeah, I have a lot. I'm traveling this week, so I will have time to actually do a lot more art. So that is the plan so far. So that is what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I have so much to do. Currently, we are drawing this cutie patootie. Okay, let me. Is this just blue? Or is it this whole I think the whole thing's blue. I don't know, it's hard to tell because in this one, they have it, like, blue and black. Too. I think I might just do the belly. I prefer just the belly, so three dots underneath face. And then moon shape. And then I believe dots. Cute! Very cute character. Upper. I think we're pretty much done with this. Watermark on it. Mark. The pupper is on. Yee! Quite done for this one. Oh my goodness, I've been streaming for 3 hours of just art. Art stream. Art stream is kind of, not gonna lie, kind of exhausting. Good work, thank you. You're so cute. Thank you. Look at the pupper. You gotta pet the pupper. Yeah, just a color sketch. So I do most of all my art fights are usually just color sketches because if I try to do more than that, I will hyper fixate on it and I will take the entire month to do it. So for me to be able to do art fight in a way that is enjoyable for me, I only allow myself to do color sketches because it like kind of relieves like the pressure, I guess, a little bit for me. So I just do color sketches that have some shading and other elements to it. So yeah. The pupper. You're such a cute pupper. I don't want to draw more, but at the same time, like I feel like I should take a break. Should probably take a break. Water's so good. Break. Low HP. Break. Yeah, I should probably take a break. Should I take a little snack break? There are these yogurt covered like fruit snacks, basically. I'm losing my voice. Hello? Yeah, break would be good. Let your hands rest for a bit. True. You guys are right. I'm going to eat one of these yogurt covered fruit snacks. I really like yogurt. Yogurt's so good. Like specifically like Greek yogurt. I love Greek yogurt. Nom nom nom. I might try to print out the TCG card. Midas, if you're still here, I have an art request for you. No, my first snacks. It's rolling away. In a shower. Damn, what a stinky boy. He's stinky. That reminds me, I don't remember who I was talking to. I think I was talking to Alexa. I was telling Alexa I was working on making stickers, but my brain decided to type stinker instead of sticker. Hook, line, and stinker. Indeed. Hook, line, and stinker. Oh, it's big. Oh. It's Stinker Club instead of Sticker Club. Oh no, not the stinker club. Excuse me, sorry. Hmm. Wait, let's see what else should. I'm suffering from ADHD paralysis right now. There's a couple different things I would like to do, but I'm struggling. This is when the art wheel would be so useful. Art wheel. Wheel. Indeed, art wheel. I could do more art fight, but I was going to save art fight revenges for when I travel this weekend. Because I'm going to be bored and I'm going to need something to do. So I feel like art fight revenges are good. I could do another art revenge. I could work on more art emotes for myself. I could work on more stickers. I could doodle more shapeshifter Zadori. I could work on a surprise. Or let's see. I think that's basically all I really have. I was gonna print out the TCG stuff, but I will do that not on stream because that's gonna be mostly me working on like being on my printer and stuff like that. So that's not really that fun to watch because I'm not gonna be actually doing anything. But I will be printing these out and then I will send you guys pictures. I'll post it on my Discord. So the sticker, the TCG card thing might be Twitch subs only because they get perks for physical merch stuff. So if you're not a Twitch subscriber, you might not get a preview of it because it's yeah. But I will post it in the Twitch subs channel in the Discord. I think I'm gonna work on the surprise. But I have to decide. So the surprise, there's like sub divisions underneath the surprise, basically, that I have to figure out what I want to do. So I think I'm gonna do the surprise, but which surprise? Let me think. Let me think. Not what I wanted. I did not want screen size. I would like a square, please. Square. Excuse me. This milk is really getting really badly. Hmm. What to do? What to do? Well, this is hard. Can't decide. Can I just? And I struggle with ADHD paralysis. I struggle with this so much. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There it is. Found it. Hold on. I wanted to do a better version of this emote. I drew this a while ago, but I would like to do a better version of it. So we are going to do that, I guess. Mm. Hype, hype indeed. Blah, blah, blah. I'm back. Harry told me there might have been a question for me. Oh yes. Question. I finished my TCG template. What? Template? Can't speak. And I need art from you of your character. Whether it is art that you created yourself or have commissioned. Doesn't matter. Either way. But then send me art and I will print you out for my TCG collection. um, it's better to not have a white background because we've kind of figured out that having white background doesn't look as good. So you can do either just like a solid color with like texture or whatever. If you want to not even think about that either, you can just send me a PNG and I will probably just use like a cloud background like I have currently. So, yeah. Mm. Cool. Sounds good. Perfect. That also includes you, Kyrie. You. I'll probably wait until July is over, but for sure. Good. Oh my goodness. I am arting. Or trying to at least. Mm-hmm. You're succeeding. Thank you. I'm trying so hard. It's a easy waving. She's waving. Easy wave. Easy wave. So cute. Thank you. But time to do the liner. Do the liner. Dang it. Oh my god, I can't draw this other wing. Okay. Probably not, but it's fine. Einar! Gotcha. Yeah. This is poke. Gotta get ready for D&D. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, Kyrie. Have a good D&D session. Thank you. Uh, don't I do deal with it. Oh, can't believe I fucked up. The song's so good. Mm, mm, mm. Wait, think emote line art is done. Maybe. Oops. That's not what I want. I need to really change those keybinds. What's up? Mm, 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 mm. Look, it's easy. Beauty. Mm, oops. Oopsies. Ooh. Oh. Uh, why did that close? Hold on. I didn't realize that it closed by itself. I look away for 5 seconds. Wait a dang second. How could you? I'm talking about. This way. I'm doing a line. God damn it. Struggling. I was fighting for my life for a second. It's an easy. Excuse me. Oops. Casey's so cute. Casey's so cute. Why cute? So cute. I got another spot. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. What am I I don't know what I'm doing. Mm, 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 mm. Wait, I think color and shading is done. I am to do. Yeah. The color liner. Dude, it's so hot outside. Like, I cannot. Yeah, I have not left the house. And the smoke's really, really bad here. The air quality is pretty awful. So I am avoiding the outside. Actually, this needs to be darker. Yeah, there we go. Hard is hard. Keep flip-flopping back. To do color line art to not want to do color line art. A struggle. I feel like it's books. Is it really making a difference? Not really. And me, is this making a difference? I don't feel like I'm I guess it kinda make a difference. We'll continue then. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, fuck. Might take a nap after. It might be nap time. Can't draw. Okay, I think said emote is done, and I am going to go nap because I am dying. And my phone and tablet are dying, so thanks for hanging out with me for my long art stream day. So I will talk to you guys later. I've been hosting co-working streams in Discord, specifically during the weekdays. So yeah, hang out in Discord in the weekdays. Yeah. I will talk to you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.